Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The ancient stones of Hogwarts Castle whispered with anticipation as twilight descended upon its towers. 1,000 years of magic had seeped into every cornerstone, every gargoyle, and every flickering torch that cast long shadows across its hallowed halls. Yet tonight, as the school prepared for its millennial celebration, the very air seemed to pulse with an unsettling rhythm, as if the castle itself were holding its breath. In the depths of the restricted section, where books of forbidden knowledge were chained to their shelves like dangerous beasts, something stirred. A leather-bound tome, its spine unmarked and its cover adorned with silver clasps that resembled skeletal fingers, trembled. The ancient wards that had kept it sealed for centuries unraveled like gossamer threads, and the grimoire of lost souls awakened from its long slumber. Thorn Potter slouched in his seat at the back of the charms classroom, his wand balanced precariously between his fingers. Professor Flitwick's lecture on advanced levitation charms drifted past him like morning mist, barely registering in his consciousness. Being a Potter at Hogwarts was supposed to mean something: greatness, heroism, exceptional magical talent. Yet here he was, a decidedly average fifth-year Gryffindor whose only remarkable quality seemed to be his unremarkable nature. Mr. Potter, Professor Flitwick's voice cut through his reverie. Perhaps you'd care to demonstrate? Thorn straightened, his heart sinking. Sorry, Professor. Demonstrate what exactly? A ripple of laughter spread through the classroom. Flitwick's expression softened with a patience worn thin by repetition. The selective levitation charm we've been discussing for the past 20 minutes. Heat rose to Thorn's cheeks as he pointed his wand at the stack of books on his desk. Leviosa selectum, he muttered, attempting to lift only the top book. Instead, the entire stack shot upward, colliding with the ceiling before raining down upon his classmates. Brilliant, Potter. Another stunning display of the famous Potter magical prowess drawled a cold voice from across the room. Morgana Snape, her raven hair falling in severe lines around her pale face, regarded him with obsidian eyes that seemed to strip away any pretense of dignity he might have maintained. The Ravenclaw prefect was as brilliant as she was intimidating, known for her encyclopedic knowledge of obscure magical theory and her biting disdain for those she deemed intellectually inferior, a category that, in Thorn's experience, included approximately 99% of the student body. As class ended, Thorn gathered his scattered belongings, avoiding the sympathetic glances from his housemates. These moments had become routine another day, another reminder that he was merely a footnote in the Potter legacy. He was halfway to the Great Hall when the first student collapsed. The Hufflepuff first year fell without warning, her body crumpling like a puppet whose strings had been severed. Within moments, Professor McGonagall appeared, her emerald robes billowing as she knelt beside the fallen student. "She's breathing," the headmistress announced, relief briefly softening her stern features. "But I cannot wake her." With a flick of her wand, she conjured a stretcher and levitated the girl's limp form. All students are to return to their common rooms immediately. Prefects take attendance. As the crowd dispersed, Thorn felt a strange tingling sensation at the base of his skull. A whisper faint but distinct called to him, pulling him toward the library with an irresistible gravity. The restricted section was unguarded. The usual wards temporarily lifted for seventh years researching their final projects. Thorn slipped between the towering shelves, drawn inexorably forward, until he stood before an empty alcove where a single book lay open on a pedestal, the Grimoire of Lost Souls. Its pages were largely blank, save for a list of names written in what appeared to be glistening, fresh ink. With mounting horror, Thorn recognized the first name, Eliza Whitby, the Hufflepuff who had collapsed. Below her name, dozens more filled the page, some already crossed out with a thin red line. And there, at the very bottom, a name was being written by an invisible hand. Thorn Sirius Potter, I wouldn't touch that if I were you, came a voice from behind him. Thorn spun to find Morgana Snape watching him, her wand held casually at her side, illuminating her sharp features with ghostly wandlight. What are you doing here? He demanded. The same as you, apparently. Following the call, she stepped forward, her dark eyes fixed on the grimoire. Do you know what this is? Thorn shook his head. The Grimoire of Lost Souls is mentioned in Ravenclaw's personal journals. It's said to appear only in times of greatest peril. To the school, she hesitated. Those whose names appear in its pages are marked for well. Legend varies. Some say death, others a fate worse than death. My name is in it, Thorn said, his voice hollow. Morgana peered at the page, her composure faltering for the first time since Thorn had known her. As is mine, she whispered, though it appears you'll be the last. Before either could speak further, a commotion erupted outside the library. Students were collapsing throughout the castle, falling into an unbreakable slumber from which no spell or potion could rouse them. The next morning, the great hall was transformed into an infirmary. 53 students lay in enchanted sleep, their breathing shallow, their life force visibly dimming with each passing hour. A faint luminescence emanated from their chests, tiny fragments of their souls being drawn away by an unseen force. Headmistress McGonagall addressed the remaining students, her voice grave. We face an ancient magic awakened for reasons we do not yet understand. The Grimoire of Lost Souls has chosen its targets, and we must act quickly to save them. When the assembly concluded, Thorn found himself cornered by Morgana, who thrust a heavy book into his arms. My grandfather's journals, she explained curtly. Severus Snape kept extensive records on the founders and their secrets. If anyone knew about the grimoire, it would have been him. Why are you helping me? Thorn asked, suspicious. Something flashed in Morgana's eyes, vulnerability perhaps, or fear. Because my name is 14th on that list, and yours is last. Whatever this is, it's consuming us in order. We have 6 days before it's my turn, and 7 before it's yours. And I refuse to have my soul drained like some common victim in a cautionary tale about forbidden magic. Together, they pored over Severus Snape's spidery handwriting, discovering references to a ritual performed by the founders, a last resort protection that divided the soul of Hogwarts itself into 4 fragments, each hidden within the sacred spaces of their respective houses. The grimoire is a key, Morgana realized, excitement lending warmth to her usually cold demeanor. It's not stealing souls. It's collecting them to awaken something, or to feed something, Thorn countered grimly. Their quest began in the Gryffindor common room, where Thorn led Morgana past the suspicious glares of his housemates. Following the cryptic clues in Snape's journal, they discovered a hidden compartment behind the portrait of Godric Gryffindor, containing a crystal vial filled with swirling crimson light, a fragment of courage. In Ravenclaw Tower, they solved a riddle that had remained unanswered for centuries, revealing a sapphire pendant that pulsed with calm wisdom. The Hufflepuff common room yielded a golden cup buried beneath the roots of an ancient plant, brimming with unwavering loyalty. The Slytherin fragment proved most challenging. The entrance to their common room in the dungeons was sealed against outsiders, and no amount of pleading would convince its current occupants to aid a Potter. "There is another way," Morgana said reluctantly. "The Chamber of Secrets." Thorn stared at her in disbelief. "You know how to open it?" "My grandfather was a Parselmouth, as was your ancestor. He left memories. Techniques for those with the right bloodline to access certain aspects of the gift." She looked away. "I've spent years trying to restore my family's reputation." Learning Parseldung seemed like reclaiming something that had been tainted by association with darkness. The entrance to the chamber had been partially collapsed since the Battle of Hogwarts, but enough remained for them to slip through. In the vast, damp chamber where basilisk bones still littered the floor, they found a small alcove behind Salazar's statue, and within it, an emerald amulet that whispered of ambition and cunning. With the 4 fragments collected, they returned to the restricted section where the grimoire waited, its pages now filled with names 87 students fallen into enchanted sleep, with dozens more fated to follow. "Now what?" Thorn asked, staring at the 4 artifacts they'd gathered. "Now we face whatever lies beneath the Black Lake," Morgana replied, reciting from memory. "In the forgotten catacombs where water meets stone, the heart of Hogwarts beats alone. Should darkness rise to claim its throne, the fragments 4 shall flesh and bone." They slipped out of the castle under the cover of night, making their way to the edge of the Black Lake, where, according to Snape's journals, an entrance lay hidden. Morgana's wand traced complex patterns in the air, revealing a narrow stone staircase that descended into darkness beneath the water's surface. The catacombs were ancient, older than Hogwarts itself, their walls inscribed with runes that predated the Roman occupation of Britain. At the heart of the labyrinth, they found a vast circular chamber, its ceiling enchanted to reflect the lake above, giving the impression of standing beneath the water. In the center stood a stone pedestal with 4 indentations, clearly designed for the fragments they carried. As they approached, the shadows in the corners of the room coalesced into a figure tall, regal, with eyes that burned like dying stars. At last, the figure spoke, its voice resonating not through the air, but directly within their minds. "The chosen ones arrived with my salvation. Who are you?" Thorn demanded, fingers tightening around his wand. "I am that which was before the founders, the guardian they betrayed and imprisoned when they built their school upon my domain." The figure glided closer. "They divided my essence, binding it with fragments of their own souls, ensuring I would sleep for eternity. The sleeping sickness," Morgana whispered. "You're draining students to regain your strength, a life force for each year of my imprisonment. A small price for a millennium of captivity." The entity gestured toward the pedestal. "Place the fragments upon the altar, and I shall spare the rest." Thorn and Morgana exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. They had come too far to surrender now. Moving with practiced coordination, as if they had fought side by side for years rather than days, they attacked. Morgana's spells illuminated the chamber with brilliant flashes of blue light, while Thorn channeled every ounce of his mediocre magical ability into a shield charm that, for once, held strong. The entity howled, its form distorting as it lashed out with tendrils of pure darkness. One caught Morgana across the chest, sending her flying backward against the stone wall with a sickening thud. In that moment, something awakened within Thorn, not the legendary power of his ancestor, but something uniquely his own. A quiet determination, a refusal to accept failure when others depended on him. He charged forward, The 4 fragments clutched in his hands, their energies mingling and responding to his resolve. As the entity lunged toward him, Thorn thrust the fragments into the pedestal's indentations. A blinding light erupted from the altar, and the voices of the founders echoing across the centuries filled the chamber. The entity shrieked as it was drawn into the pedestal, its essence once again bound by the combined will of the 4 who had built Hogwarts as both a school and a prison. As silence fell, Thorn rushed to Morgana's side. She stirred weakly, her eyes fluttering open. "Did we succeed?" she murmured. Thorn nodded, helping her to her feet. "It seems your grandfather was right about the founders, and about this place, and it seems," Morgana replied with the ghost of a smile, "that there's more of your ancestor in you than meets the eye." Potter, they emerged from the catacombs as dawn broke over Hogwarts. In the Great Hall, the sleeping students were awakening, confused but unharmed. The Grimoire of Lost Souls had vanished, its purpose fulfilled not as an instrument of destruction, but as a key to awakening the chosen guardians when they were needed most. As celebrations for the millennial anniversary resumed, Thorn found himself standing beside Morgana on the astronomy tower, watching fireworks illuminate the night sky. "What now?" he asked. Back to being the disappointing Potter and the intimidating Snape. Morgana considered this, her expression thoughtful. "I think perhaps we've both outgrown those limitations. After all, we did just save Hogwarts from an ancient entity by working together, a Potter and a Snape. If that's not enough to rewrite expectations, what is?" Below them, Hogwarts Castle stood resilient against the darkness, its lights reflecting in the calm waters of the Black Lake, a beacon of magic and possibility for another 1,000 years to come. Story 2, the clock in the Great Hall of Hogwarts struck 13. The impossible 13th chime reverberated through the ancient stones, causing students to freeze mid-conversation, spoons suspended halfway to open mouths. Professor McGonagall's eyes widened as she rose from the headmistress's chair, her gaze fixed upon the enchanted timepiece whose magical gears had faithfully counted the hours for nearly a millennium without error. Until today. As the echo of the anomalous toll faded, the enormous clock's hands began to rotate counterclockwise, slowly at first, then with increasing speed. Throughout the castle, timepieces followed suit, pocket watches, wristwatches, hourglasses, sundials, all spinning backward as if time itself had decided to rewrite its course. High in the North Tower, Cassandra Trelawney jolted awake from another nightmare, her silver-streaked dark hair clinging to her sweat-dampened temples. The vision, always the same, had haunted her sleep since her arrival at Hogwarts. Ancient stones dissolving into sand, students vanishing like morning mist, and at the center of the maelstrom, a figure shrouded in darkness manipulating golden threads that seemed woven into the fabric of reality itself. Cassandra had spent 17 years trying to silence her inner eye, to smother the prophetic abilities that had marked 5 generations of Trelawney women as either frauds or harbingers of doom. Yet here, within the hallowed walls of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, her visions had grown impossible to ignore, vivid, insistent, and terrifying in their clarity. The 7th year Ravenclaw swung her feet onto the cold stone floor, reaching for the journal where she documented each prophecy, despite her reluctance to acknowledge them. As her quill touched parchment, a familiar heaviness settled behind her eyes. Her hand moved of its own accord, no longer under her control, scratching out words in a spidery script unlike her usual neat penmanship. When clocks wind backward and students fade, the thinning veil shall be unmade. What founders 4 in wisdom hid beneath the surface, time forbid. The seer's blood and serpent's air must stand together if they dare, for at the turning of the glass, present future shall be past. Cassandra stared at the words, a cold dread seeping into her bones. Whatever was happening to Hogwarts, she was somehow entwined in its fate, a role she had spent her entire academic career attempting to avoid. The first student disappeared during breakfast the following morning. One moment, Eloise Midgen was buttering her toast, and the next, her seat stood empty, not as if she had left, but as if she had never existed at all. Only the half-buttered toast remaining on her plate suggested she had ever been there. By nightfall, 3 more students had vanished, leaving behind nothing but confused memories and a growing sense of terror that rippled through the castle like a poisonous tide. Cassandra retreated to the library, seeking solace in ancient tomes that might explain the temporal disturbances plaguing the school. She found an isolated table in the restricted section, special permission from Flitwick granting her access to books on chronological magic that few students were permitted to touch. Looking for answers in all the wrong places, Trelawney? The voice, smooth as silk but edged with something darker, came from behind a towering bookshelf. A tall figure emerged, his uniform bearing the green and silver emblem of Slytherin House. Thanatos Riddle moved with the fluid grace of a predator, his aristocratic features arranged in a mask of casual interest that did little to disguise the intensity of his gaze. Cassandra stiffened. The transfer student had arrived at Hogwarts only a month ago, shrouded in mystery and whispers. His surname alone was enough to make most students and professors give him a wide berth. The shadow of Lord Voldemort still loomed large in wizarding memory, even decades after his defeat. "I don't recall asking for your opinion, Riddle," she replied coolly, turning back to her book. "Perhaps not, but you might be interested in my assistance." He slid into the chair opposite her, extending his hand to reveal a glittering object suspended from a delicate golden chain. "Especially when I possess this," Cassandra's breath caught. The device resembled a time turner, but unlike any she had seen in textbooks. This one had multiple rotating rings of varying sizes, inscribed with runes that shifted and changed as she watched. "Where did you get that?" she demanded, voice barely above a whisper. "Family heirloom," Thanatos replied with a sardonic smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Modified by an ancestor with particular interests in temporal manipulation, it's illegal to possess an unregistered time turner. Hence, why I'm showing it only to you." He leaned forward, his voice dropping lower. "I know about your visions, Trelawney. And I know that you've seen what's happening to the castle. The disappearances aren't random, they're symptoms of a temporal fracture." Cassandra wanted to deny his claims, to flee from this conversation and the dangerous path it presaged, but the weight of her recent vision held her in place. "How could you possibly know about my visions?" Thanatos's expression darkened. "Because I've been having them too." Different perspective, same catastrophe. He held up the modified time turner. "This has been behaving erratically since the clocks began running backward. Someone is tampering with the temporal anchors that the founders established when they built Hogwarts. Temporal anchors." Cassandra echoed, skepticism warring with curiosity. "Hogwarts wasn't just built as a school," Thanatos explained, his voice taking on a professor's cadence. "It was constructed at a nexus point where ley lines of magical energy converge, a place where the barriers between realities are naturally thin. The founders created anchor points to stabilize the castle in this particular timeline." He pulled an ancient, leather-bound journal from his robes and placed it on the table between them. The cover bore no title, only an intricate emblem combining the symbols of all for Hogwarts houses intertwined around an hourglass. "My ancestor acquired this from Salazar Slytherin's personal collection. It contains notes from all four founders about the true purpose of certain chambers within the castle chambers, designed to maintain temporal stability before Cassandra could respond. A bone-chilling scream echoed through the library. They rushed toward the sound, finding a third-year Hufflepuff pointing in horror at the stone wall where glowing runes had appeared, etching themselves into the ancient masonry. "It's happening faster than I anticipated," Thanatos muttered, studying the symbols with growing alarm. "These are temporal markers, warnings that the anchors are failing. What happens if they fail completely?" Cassandra asked, already dreading the answer. Thanatos met her gaze, all pretense of arrogance gone. "Then Hogwarts and everyone within it will be erased from this timeline. As if it never existed at all, the unlikely alliance between the Seer's descendant and the boy who carried Voldemort's blood formed under the suspicious glares of professors and students alike." Together, they deciphered the cryptic clues in the Founder's journal, racing against the accelerating disappearances that claimed 3 or 4 students daily. The temporal fracture manifested in increasingly alarming ways. Staircases leading to rooms that hadn't existed for centuries, ghosts conversing with long dead versions of themselves, and most disturbingly, moments when parts of the castle became transparent, revealing glimpses of the untamed Scottish wilderness that had existed before Hogwarts was built. Their search led them to a hidden chamber concealed behind a portrait of Rowena Ravenclaw in the Eastern Tower, a circular room where time flowed differently. Inside, sand fell upward in hourglasses. Water droplets reversed their journey from puddles to the ceiling, and morning light and evening shadows alternated with dizzying speed. At the center of the chamber stood a stone pedestal bearing a basin similar to Pensieve, but filled with a substance that resembled liquid gold rather than silvery memories. The chronolith Thanatos breathed, approaching the basin with reverence. The heart of Hogwarts' temporal magic, Cassandra followed cautiously, the familiar pressure of an impending vision building behind her eyes. Something's wrong. The liquid is supposed to be clear, not golden. As she spoke, the portrait entrance swung open again, revealing a figure they had not expected, the translucent form of Rowena Ravenclaw herself, more substantial than a ghost, yet not fully corporeal. "The barriers between times grow thin indeed if I can manifest here," the Founder observed, her archaic speech carrying the weight of centuries. "You have discovered what we had hoped would remain hidden for all time. What is happening to the castle?" Cassandra demanded. Ravenclaw's spectral gaze weighed heavily upon them both. Hogwarts was built upon a temporal nexus, a point where realities converge. "We forechanneled this power to create a school that would endure through ages, but in doing so, we had to protect it from those who would use the nexus to reshape reality itself." She gestured toward the golden basin. "The chronolith maintains the temporal boundaries, but someone has poisoned it with foreign magic, attempting to collapse all timelines into one that they control. Who would have the power to do such a thing?" Thanatos asked, his hand unconsciously moving to touch the modified time turner at his throat. "One who exists outside time's normal flow," Ravenclaw answered, her form flickering like a candle in a draught. "One who has experienced the chronolith's power before and seeks to harness it again." A sudden chill permeated the chamber as another figure materialized, not a ghost or echo, but a wizard in midnight blue robes adorned with silver stars, his face obscured by a hood. "The chronomancer," Ravenclaw whispered, her form destabilizing further. "He comes." The hooded figure raised a gnarled wand, and Ravenclaw's spirit dissipated like mist before dawn. "How disappointing," the chronomancer spoke, his voice layered as if multiple people were speaking simultaneously. "Rowena always did reveal too much too soon." With a flick of his wand, the chamber door sealed itself. "The Seer's descendant and the Serpent's heir, exactly as the prophecy foretold." "How convenient that you've delivered yourselves to me at precisely the right moment," Cassandra felt the crushing pressure of a vision overwhelming her senses, but this time she didn't fight it. As her consciousness expanded beyond the confines of her body, she glimpsed the truth, a kaleidoscope of timelines converging and diverging, and at their center, the chronomancer manipulating events across centuries to create the perfect conditions for his ultimate goal: to collapse all of reality into a single timeline where he reigns supreme. Thanatos, she gasped as the vision released her. The time turner, it's the key. He needs it to complete the ritual. Understanding dawned in Thanatos' eyes. He unclasped the golden chain from his neck, cradling the device in his palm. This isn't just a modified time turner. It's a fragment of the original chronolith, stolen and reshaped. The chronomancer laughed, the sound echoing strangely through the chamber. Clever children. Yes, I've waited centuries for the bloodlines to align perfectly. The seer who can glimpse across timelines and the heir whose blood can unlock the nexus. Who are you? Thanatos demanded, his wand raised defensively. The figure lowered his hood, revealing a face that seemed to shift between different appearances, young and old, male and female, familiar and strange. I am what remains when time has taken everything else, he replied. I am the last survivor of a reality that the founders erased when they created Hogwarts. And I have spent 1,000 years planning my return. He gestured toward the golden basin. The chronolith requires a sacrifice to reset the temporal anchors, either a voluntary surrender of powerful magical bloodlines, or the forced collapse of this timeline. The choice is yours. Cassandra and Thanatos exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. Together, they had deciphered the founders' true intentions, not just to create a school of magic, but to protect the nexus point from those who would exploit it. You speak of choice, Cassandra said, stepping forward, but the prophecy spoke of standing together. She extended her hand to Thanatos, who grasped it firmly. The moment their hands connected, the modified time turner between them began to glow with interior light, responding to their combined magical signatures, the bloodlines the founders had designated as guardians in the event of such a crisis. The chronolith doesn't require a sacrifice, Thanatos declared, understanding flowing between them like a current. It requires balanced representatives of vision and ambition working in harmony, just as the founders did together. They plunged the time turner into the golden liquid. The chamber erupted in blinding light as temporal energies surged and realigned. The chronomancer screamed, his form distorting as the timelines he had manipulated snapped back into their proper alignment. When the light faded, he was gone, banished to the void between realities where the founders had originally imprisoned him. Throughout Hogwarts Castle, clocks resumed their proper movement. Students who had vanished reappeared, confused but unharmed, with no memory of their temporal displacement. The strange runes faded from the walls, leaving only faint traceries that would become another of the castle's many mysteries. In the chamber of the chronolith, now returned to its proper crystalline clarity, Cassandra and Thanatos stood in exhausted silence, their hands still clasped. What happens now? Cassandra asked finally. Thanatos gazed into the basin, where their reflection showed not just their present selves, but echoes of who they had been and glimpses of who they might become, threads in the vast tapestry of time that Hogwarts had been built to protect. Now, he said with a slight smile, we become what the founders intended, the weavers of time, guardians of the Nexus. Together, above them, the great clock of Hogwarts chimed once a single, perfect note that resonated through castle and grounds, marking not just the hour, but the beginning of a new chapter in the ancient school's hidden history. Story 3. The dawn sky above Hogwarts split open, like a wound, crimson and gold bleeding across the heavens as ancient wings beat against the morning air. 7 massive silhouettes descended through the clouds, their serpentine bodies twisting with terrible grace, scales gleaming like burnished armor in the early light. Dragons, not the smaller breeds that wizards had long since catalogued and classified, but the primordial worms of legend, beasts of such immensity and power that they had been considered myths even in the magical world. In the Hufflepuff dormitory, buried beneath his yellow and black quilt, Orion Black jolted awake with a gasp that tasted of smoke and starlight. His heart hammered against his ribs as unfamiliar words bubbled up his throat, ancient syllables that felt like molten stone on his tongue. He clamped his hands over his mouth, eyes wide with fear and confusion as the strange language fought to escape. Orion was not the sort of wizard who attracted attention. The last scion of the once proud House of Black had been a disappointment from the moment the Sorting Hat placed him in Hufflepuff rather than Slytherin. Clumsy with a wand, hopeless at potions, and possessed of a stammer that worsened whenever professors called on him, the 15-year-old had perfected the art of disappearing while in plain sight. Yet now, as dragon shadows crawled across the castle grounds and students pressed against windows in terrified awe, Orion felt something awakening inside him, a dormant magic as old as the creatures that circled the astronomy tower with predatory intent. Professor McGonagall's voice rang through the great hall, magically amplified, but unable to completely mask her concern. All students are to remain inside the castle. Prefects will escort their houses to the designated safe areas. Her stern gaze swept over the assembled students. This is not the first time Hogwarts has faced danger, and it shall not be the last, as the students filed out. Orion found himself pulled aside by the translucent figure of a ghost he'd never seen before, a broad-shouldered man with burn scars visible even in his spectral form, his hair tied back in a ponytail. "You feel it, don't you, lad?" the ghost asked, his voice carrying the faintest echo. The pull. The words. Orion glanced around nervously. "I don't know what you're talking about." The ghost's expression softened with understanding. "My name is Charlie Weasley. Or was, when I was alive." He gestured toward the ceiling, where the enchanted sky showed the dragons circling ever closer. "I spent my life working with dragons, but even I never saw creatures like these. They're speaking to you, aren't they?" Before Orion could respond, a cold, imperious voice cut through their conversation. "Conspiring with spirits, Black? How predictably pathetic." Lyra Malfoy stood with her arms crossed, platinum hair falling in a precise curtain around her sharp features. Unlike most of the students who were expressions of terror, the Slytherin 7th year looked almost excited by the chaos, her pale eyes alight with fascination. "I was just save your stammering excuses," Lyra interrupted, then turned her attention to Charlie's ghost. "You're Charlie Weasley, the dragon keeper who died in the Romanian sanctuary collapse." Charlie nodded, looking impressed despite himself. "My reputation precedes me. I've read everything ever written about draconic species," Lyra replied dismissively, "including the incident reports." She glanced back at Orion. "What I'm more interested in is why you're conversing with the least talented wizard in Hogwarts during what appears to be an unprecedented draconic incursion." Before either could answer, the castle trembled as something massive landed on the astronomy tower with enough force to shower the corridor with dust from the ancient stones. A deafening roar reverberated through the halls, not the familiar bellow of a Chinese fireball or Hungarian horntail, but something deeper, more complex, filled with consonants and vowels that Orion recognized with a clarity that terrified him. "Irilith Vorth Nachthamor." The words burst from Orion's lips without his permission, his voice suddenly clear and resonant, free of its habitual stammer. Both Lyra and Charlie stared at him in shock. "What did you just say?" Lyra demanded. Orion's face burned with embarrassment. I don't know. I just understood what they're saying. Charlie's ghostly form flickered with excitement. Dragomancy, he whispered. The lost art of dragon speaking. It's been extinct for centuries. What did the dragon say? Lyra pressed, her earlier disdain replaced by intense curiosity. Orion swallowed hard. It said we reclaim what was stolen, while the professors and older students fortified the castle's defenses. The unlikely trio made their way to the restricted section of the library. Charlie's ghostly status allowed him to pass through the locked doors, opening them from within. Lyra, to Orion's surprise, seemed to know exactly which ancient tomes to consult. My family's library contains several references to dragomancers, she explained as she pulled down a crumbling leather-bound volume. They were thought to be descendants of wizards who had undergone blood rituals with dragons in the pre-Roman era. The last confirmed dragomancer died in 1247. Then how is Orion speaking dragon tongue? Charlie asked, floating beside them. Lyra's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. The Black family is one of the oldest wizarding bloodlines in Britain. Perhaps the ability lay dormant for generations. Orion stared at the moving illustrations of robed figures standing amidst dragons, commanding them with outstretched hands. But I see can't even cast a proper lumos. How could I be as something special like a dragomancer? Different kinds of magic, Charlie's ghost said kindly. My brother Ron was rubbish at transfiguration, but brilliant at chess. The mind works in specialized ways. Perhaps your magic simply flows through different channels. Their research revealed fragments of a history long forgotten. The primordial dragons, the greater worms, had once ruled the British Isles, living in harmony with the earliest magical communities. When the Romans invaded, bringing their own ideas of magical dominance, the native druids forged a pact with the dragons. As civilization encroached further upon wild magic, the dragons retreated into a hidden realm, accessible only through certain nexus points. Hogwarts, Lyra breathed, tracing the faded runic symbols on an ancient map. It was built on one such nexus. The castle doesn't just stand on a place of magical convergence. It was specifically constructed to seal a gateway to the dragon realm. A tremendous crash from above sent dust raining down from the library ceiling. The dragons were attacking the castle's outer defenses now, their ancient magic colliding with the protective enchantments that had stood for centuries. We need to find the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, Charlie said urgently. According to this text, Salazar Slytherin didn't build the chamber merely to house a basilisk. He built it to guard the primary nexus point. Lyra's eyebrows rose. How exactly do you propose we do that? The entrance collapsed during the Battle of Hogwarts. There's another way in, Charlie's ghost replied. Through the Room of Requirement. That's how Voldemort originally found the diadem. The room can connect to all of Hogwarts' hidden chambers if asked properly. The 7th floor corridor was eerily deserted as they paced before the blank wall, Charlie guiding them through the precise wording of their request. When the ornate door materialized, it was unlike any version of the Room of Requirement that Orion had heard described in stories of Dumbledore's army. This door was carved with intertwining dragons, their ruby eyes gleaming in the torchlight. The chamber beyond stretched impossibly downward, a spiraling staircase winding into darkness. As they descended, the temperature rose steadily, the air becoming thick with the scent of sulfur and strange herbs. Ancient runes lined the walls, glowing faintly with dormant magic. These aren't just decorative, Lyra murmured, examining the symbols. They're a record of history written by Salazar himself. The staircase eventually opened into a vast circular chamber, far larger than should have been possible beneath the school. Ornate pillars carved to resemble intertwined dragons supported a domed ceiling painted with constellations unknown to modern astronomy. At the center of the chamber stood a raised dais, upon which rested a stone pedestal bearing a single scale iridescent and larger than Orion's hand, pulsing with inner light. Charlie's ghostly form flickered as he approached the dais. A scale freely given by the Dragon King as part of the original pact, he explained. The keystone that sealed the portal. As Orion stepped toward the scale, a piercing cry echoed through the chamber. The pearlescent form of the bloody Baron manifested before them, chains rattling as he blocked their path. Trespassers, the Baron howled. Defilers of the ancient compact. We're trying to understand what's happening, Charlie countered, placing himself between the threatening ghost and the students. The Baron's silver blood seemed to glisten more brightly as his rage mounted. The dragons returned because the compact was broken. For centuries, they honored the agreement to remain in their realm if wizardkind respected the boundaries of wild magic. But in recent generations, wizards have harvested dragon parts for wands, potions, and trinkets, heedless of the consequences. But dragon parts have always been used in wizard crafts, Lyra argued. From lesser breeds, the Baron spat. Descendants of the few worms who chose to remain in this realm after the compact. The greater worms were to remain untouched, their domain inviolate. Orion stepped forward, surprising himself with his boldness. Someone broke that rule, didn't they? The Baron's ghostly features twisted with grim satisfaction at Orion's perception. Indeed. The chamber was breached 50 years ago by one who sought dragon heartstring from a greater worm for his experiments, Tom Riddle, who became Lord Voldemort. His violation weakened the seals, and now, after years of gradual deterioration, the boundaries have failed entirely above them. The castle shuddered as another barrage of dragon fire tested its ancient defenses. How do we fix it? Orion asked, his stammer forgotten in the urgency of the moment. How do we restore the compact? Only a dragomancer can speak the words of renewal, the Baron replied, turning his silvery gaze upon Orion. Only one with the old blood can stand before the Dragon King and offer restitution. The highest tower of Hogwarts had been partially destroyed, its stone battlements melted and twisted by dragon fire. As Orion emerged onto the exposed platform, the largest of the worms, a magnificent creature whose obsidian scales contained galaxies of starlight, hovered before him, massive wings creating gales that threatened to sweep the boy from his precarious perch. Behind him, Lyra and Charlie's ghost watched anxiously, unable to approach further without risking the Dragon King's wrath. Orion clutched the ancient scale in trembling hands, its surface warm against his skin. The dragon's eyes, pools of molten gold that had witnessed the birth of civilizations, fixed upon the small wizard with terrible intelligence. You bring the token of our covenant, little speaker, the Dragon King rumbled in its ancient tongue. Yet, why should we honor what your kind has broken? Orion's response came not from his conscious mind, but from someplace deeper, the dormant magic in his blood awakening fully as he raised the scale toward the massive creature. I come not to demand, but to restore, he replied in the same ancient language. The one who violated your realm is long dead. I offer myself as emissary between our worlds, to ensure the compact is never forgotten again. The Dragon King lowered its massive head until it was level with Orion, hot breath washing over the boy in waves that smelled of lightning and time. And what surety do you offer, last of the dragon speakers? Orion thought of everything he had learned about the Founders, about Salazar's true purpose in creating the chamber, about the delicate balance between wild magic and wizardcraft. With sudden clarity, he understood what had to be done. I offer remembrance, he said, pressing the scale against his chest. Let the knowledge of the compact be written not in secret chambers or forgotten texts, but in living memory. The scale flared with blinding light, as it melded with Orion's flesh, sinking beneath his robes and skin to rest against his heart. Ancient knowledge flooded his consciousness, the complete history of dragons and wizards, the terms of their original compact, the sacred responsibilities of a dragomancer. The Dragon King reared back, a sound like mountain thunder emanating from its massive chest, not a roar of anger, but a declaration in the ancient tongue that Orion now understood perfectly. The speaker is acknowledged. The covenant is renewed. One by one, the circling dragons broke away, spiraling upward into the rift between realms that slowly sealed behind them, leaving only the normal sky above Hogwarts once more. In the weeks that followed, much of the damage to the castle was repaired, though certain melted stones in the astronomy tower would forever bear witness to the dragon's brief return. Orion found himself changed by the experience, not just by the scale that now lived beneath his skin, pulsing in time with his heartbeat, but by the confidence that had replaced his stammer. The shy Hufflepuff became the school's most unusual scholar, establishing a new field of draconic studies with Lyra Malfoy's surprisingly enthusiastic assistance. Charlie Weasley's ghost became a frequent companion, helping Orion document the true history of the relationship between dragons and wizardkind, a history that revealed Salazar Slytherin not as the dark wizard of common belief, but as a guardian who had understood the importance of maintaining harmony with the most ancient magical creatures. On quiet nights, Orion would climb to the repaired astronomy tower and gaze at the stars, occasionally speaking words in the dragon tongue that caused distant constellations to shimmer with answering light, a reminder that some boundaries were meant to be respected, while others existed only to be bridged by understanding. In the headmistress's office, a new portrait had appeared alongside those of previous Hogwarts leaders, not of a human, but of the Obsidian Dragon King, its painted eyes following visitors with ancient wisdom. And beneath it, a small plaque bearing words in both English and the angular script of Dragon Tongue. Magic is neither light nor dark, but wild and tame in equal measure. Wisdom lies in knowing which is which. Story 4. Deep within the Forbidden Forest, where the trees grew so ancient and tall that sunlight filtered through in mere whispers of gold, a sacred magic was dying. The eternal flame's 7 pyres of enchanted fire that had burned continuously since the founding of Hogwarts were flickering, diminishing one by one like stars being extinguished from the night sky. Few knew of their existence. Fewer still understood their importance. These flames, burning in a hidden grove at the very heart of the forest, were not merely symbolic. They were the fundamental source from which all magic at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry drew its power, a secret guarded by headmasters and headmistresses since the time of the founders. When the third flame guttered out during the autumn equinox, the consequences rippled through the castle immediately. Spells faltered mid-incantation. Potions that had brewed perfectly for centuries suddenly produced unpredictable results. The very staircases, long enchanted to move in their mysterious patterns, ground to a halt, trapping bewildered students between floors. In the Gryffindor common room, Miranda Weasley awoke with a start, her nightgown damp with perspiration despite the chill in the air. The dream had come again, more vivid than before. 7 flames dancing in a stone circle, surrounded by ancient runes. 3 extinguished, 4 flickering precariously. And a voice, neither male nor female, young nor old, whispering her name with desperate urgency. Miranda was not remarkable by Weasley's standards. At 16, she possessed neither her cousin Rose's brilliant intellect nor her uncle George's innovative creativity. Her magical abilities were, at best, consistently average, a fact her professors had noted with diplomatic phrases like "shows steady progress" and "demonstrates adequate proficiency." The only subject in which she truly excelled was care of magical creatures, where her intuitive understanding of beast behavior surpassed even that of her instructor. As she slipped from her four-poster bed and moved to the frost-etched window, Miranda gazed out at the forbidden forest looming in the distance. The trees seemed darker tonight, their silhouettes more ominous against the star-strewn sky. Something was calling her, pulling at her with an invisible thread that tugged just behind her navel, not unlike the sensation of a portkey, but gentler, more persistent. You feel it too, don't you? Miranda spun around to find herself face to face with the shimmering, translucent form of Albus Dumbledore, or rather, his portrait, which had inexplicably manifested itself in the Gryffindor common room, suspended in midair like a ghostly window. "Professor Dumbledore?" she whispered, glancing nervously at her sleeping roommates. The painted Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with familiar intensity. "The flames are calling to you, Miss Weasley, just as they once called to another of your bloodline. Many generations ago. I don't understand," Miranda replied, wrapping her arms around herself against the pre-dawn chill. "What flames?" "The eternal flames," Dumbledore's portrait explained, his voice carrying the weight of centuries. "The source of Hogwarts magic, kindled from their original fires in which the four founders cast their greatest enchantments. They are failing, and with them, the magic that protects and sustains this school. But why me? I'm barely passing transfiguration." Dumbledore's painted lips curved into a gentle smile. "Magic recognizes what academic evaluations cannot, dear girl. You are the Flamekeeper's heir, whether you know it or not." The following morning brought more evidence of the weakening magic. Greenhouse 3 collapsed when its self-maintaining structural charms failed. 3 first-year Ravenclaws found themselves temporarily transformed into canaries when a simple levitation charm went awry in Charms class. The enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall, which had faithfully reflected the sky outside for a millennium, showed only a dull, static gray. Headmistress McGonagall's announcement at breakfast confirmed what many had begun to suspect. Hogwarts magic was failing, and no one knew why. No one except Miranda, who sat at the Gryffindor table, picking nervously at her untouched porridge, the weight of Dumbledore's revelation pressing upon her like a physical burden. According to his portrait, the task of saving the eternal flames, and by extension, Hogwarts itself, had fallen to her by ancestral right. Yet she had no idea how to begin. "You look like you've swallowed a snargle of pod," observed a deep voice beside her. Miranda glanced up to see Professor Corvus striding past the table, his black robes billowing despite the stillness of the air. Damien Corvus had taken over the defense against the dark arts position 3 years ago, arriving with impeccable credentials and an aura of mystery that fueled endless speculation among the students. Some whispered he had once been a curse breaker for Gringotts, others that he was secretly and unspeakable conducting research for the Department of Mysteries. The more imaginative Slytherins even suggested he was a reformed Death Eater seeking redemption through teaching. Whatever his past, Professor Corvus possessed a breadth of knowledge about obscure magical phenomena that had impressed even the most skeptical senior staff. His midnight black hair, streaked prematurely with silver at the temples, framed features too harsh to be handsome but too compelling to ignore. His eyes, the color of thunderclouds before a storm, missed nothing. "I'm fine, Professor," Miranda muttered, dropping her gaze to her bowl. Indeed, Corvus raised one eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. "Then perhaps you can explain why you've been staring at the forbidden forest for the past 10 minutes with an expression of such profound dread." Miranda hesitated. Dumbledore's portrait had warned her to be cautious. The eternal flames were a secret known only to Hogwarts headmasters and certain trusted staff. Yet something in Corvus's steady gaze made her wonder if he already knew more than he revealed. "I had a dream," she admitted finally. About fires in the forest. Fires that are going out, a flicker of something alarm. Recognition? Crossed Corvus's face so quickly, Miranda almost missed it. "Miss Weasley," he said, his voice lowered to ensure privacy. "I believe we should continue this conversation in my office." Immediately, Professor Corvus's office was a testament to a life spent in pursuit of magical knowledge. Artifacts from distant lands adorn the walls and shelves. Ceremonial masks from African shamanic traditions, scrolls of Japanese Ofuda charms, a gleaming athame that Miranda recognized as a ceremonial knife used in ancient Celtic rituals. Books in languages she couldn't identify filled floor-to-ceiling shelves, their spines adorned with symbols that seemed to shift when viewed directly. The eternal flames, Corvus began without preamble, closing the door with a wave of his wand that activated privacy enchantments far more complex than the standard Mephiato, are the heart of Hogwarts magic. If your dreams show them extinguishing, then the situation is far more dire than even McGonagall realizes. Miranda blinked in surprise. "You know about the flames?" "I've spent my life studying magical nexus points, places where mystic energies converge naturally. Hogwarts was built on the most powerful such nexus in Britain, possibly in all of Europe." Corvus moved to a map mounted on his wall, touching his wand to its center. The parchment rippled, revealing a detailed diagram of ley lines converging beneath the forbidden forest. The founders channeled this raw energy into the 7 eternal flames, each representing a different aspect of magical practice. But why are they going out? Miranda asked, the implication of Dumbledore's words finally sinking in. "And what does it have to do with me?" Corvus fixed her with his penetrating gaze. "Legend speaks of guardians, witches, or wizards born with an innate connection to the flames. Typically descended from Hufflepuff's line, though occasionally appearing in families with no apparent founder's blood. These individuals alone could replenish the flames if they began to fade." He paused. "The last confirmed guardian was Cedrella Black, who married Septimus Weasley, my great-grandmother," Miranda whispered, pieces falling into place. The inexplicable affinity she'd always felt for fire-dwelling creatures like salamanders and ashwinders. The way candle flames seemed to lean toward her when she passed. Even her one-seater with a phoenix feather core had chosen her with unusual decisiveness, practically leaping into her hand in Ollivander's shop. "I believe the flames are calling to you, Miss Weasley," Corvus confirmed, "though I cannot fathom why they're failing in the first place. The nexus energy that feeds them is eternal, unless something is actively interfering with it." Professor Dumbledore, his portrait. Said I need to find the elemental relics," Miranda said. 4 objects connected to the founders that can be used to rekindle the flames." Corvus's eyebrows rose. "Dumbledore's portrait spoke to you?" "Outside the headmistress's office." Miranda nodded, describing the strange visitation. "Most extraordinary," Corvus murmured. "The magic must be deteriorating even faster than I feared if the castle's enchantments are breaking down to that degree." He moved to a section of shelving and extracted an ancient leather-bound tome. "The elemental relics. Yes, they're mentioned here in Ravenclaw's personal grimoire. Gryffindor's Ember Steel Sword, Hufflepuff's Earthen Chalice, Ravenclaw's Etheric Mirror, and Slytherin's Water of Eternity. Each imbued with one of the 4 classical elements. Where are they now?" Miranda asked, hope kindling within her. Corvus's expression darkened. "Scattered. Hidden. The sword remains at Hogwarts, but the others?" Legends suggest Hufflepuff's chalice was last seen in the underwater ruins of a place called Lioness, off Cornwall's coast. Ravenclaw's mirror was stored in a chamber beneath Azkaban, before the prison was even built. And Slytherin's water was said to be kept in a secret vault within Gringotts, though which one? He shook his head. Finding them will be nearly impossible, especially with Hogwarts magic failing more each day. Then we'd better start now, Miranda said with newfound determination, surprising herself with her resolve. Corvus looked at her appraisingly, as if seeing her properly for the first time. You know more about these relics than anyone else at Hogwarts, Miranda pointed out. And I'll need guidance to navigate a magical prison, an underwater rune, and a Gringotts vault. Unless you're suggesting I do this alone? A smile, the first genuine one Miranda had ever seen from the austere professor, briefly transformed Corvus's stern features. Indeed not, Miss Weasley. Though I should warn you, many at Hogwarts still view my past with suspicion. Some would call me the last person you should trust on such a quest. Miranda met his gaze steadily. Are they right? Something like respect flashed in Corvus's storm-gray eyes. No, but I appreciate that you asked directly rather than assuming. Their journey began that very night, slipping out of the castle under the concealment of a disillusionment charm that flickered worryingly as they crossed the grounds toward the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore's portrait had provided more detailed instructions, appearing briefly in a corridor mirror to direct them to the Grove of Convergence where the eternal flames burned. The forest seemed to recognize Miranda, the twisted paths straightening before her feet, ancient trees bowing their branches to allow passage. Even the creatures whose eyes gleamed from the shadows kept their distance, watching her progress with something akin to reverence. At the heart of the forest, they found the grove a perfect circle of ancient standing stones, weathered by countless centuries, yet still etched with runes that pulsed with faint luminescence. Within the circle stood 7 stone plinths, each supporting a basin of white marble. 4 contained flames that burned without fuel, 1 gold, 1 blue, 1 green, and 1 that shifted through all colors of the spectrum. The other 3 basins stood empty, their flames extinguished. As Miranda approached, the remaining flames stirred, reaching toward her like living things hungry for contact. The golden flame Gryffindor's, according to Corvus, burned brightest, its light reflecting in her auburn hair. They recognize you, Corvus murmured, remaining at the edge of the stone circle. The flames know their guardian. Miranda extended her hand toward the golden flame, feeling its warmth without burning. What happens if they all go out? Hogwarts would become just another building, Corvus replied gravely. Its protective enchantments would fail completely. The castle might even collapse without the magic that has sustained it for a millennium. And the consequences for magical Britain would be severe. Hogwarts is a linchpin in our world's magical infrastructure. A rustle in the undergrowth beyond the stone circle silenced them both. Corvus raised his wand, ready to defend against whatever creature approached. But Miranda felt no fear, only a strange certainty that the forest itself would protect this sacred place. From between 2 ancient oaks stepped a magnificent silver stag, its antlers spanning wider than Miranda's outstretched arms. Behind it came a procession of forest denizens, centaurs with bows slung across their backs, unicorns whose horns gleamed in the flame's light, even a delegation of grim-faced goblins led by one wearing the insignia of Gringotts. The stag approached Miranda, kneeling before her in a gesture of unmistakable respect. Upon its antlers rested a gleaming silver sword Gryffindor's blade, its ruby-encrusted hilt catching the firelight. The forest has chosen sides, murmured the lead centaur, his voice deep as ancient roots. The eternal guardian returns when the balance falters. We bring the first relic freely, but the others lie in darker domains. Miranda accepted the sword with trembling hands, feeling its magic resonate with her own. As she gently touched its tip to the golden flame, the fire leaped higher, stronger, illuminating the entire grove with renewed vigor. One relic restored, Corvus said quietly, his expression a mixture of awe and newfound hope. 3 more to find. Miranda turned to face her unlikely allies, a mysterious professor whom many distrusted, magical creatures long misunderstood by wizardkind, and the awakening power within herself that she was only beginning to comprehend. Then we'd better hurry, she said, raising Gryffindor's sword in salute to the centaurs and their forest companions. Because I can feel the flames weakening with every passing hour above them. Through a rare break in the forest canopy, a shooting star blazed across the night sky, an omen that even the centaurs, with their vast astronomical knowledge, recognized as extraordinary. Written in the stars, the lead centaur intoned solemnly. The Guardian's quest begins. Story 5. The ancient stones of Hogwarts Castle had witnessed 1,000 years of magical history, absorbing secrets and spells into their very essence. But even the oldest walls held mysteries unknown to those who walked their hallowed corridors. Deep beneath the well-trodden dungeons where Slytherin students brewed their potions, past forgotten chambers and abandoned passages, lay a sealed doorway that had not been opened since the Founder's time, a doorway etched with strange symbols that seemed to shift and writhe when no one was watching. On the night of the winter solstice, when magic ran strongest through the ley lines beneath the castle, the seal on this forgotten door weakened. A hairline fracture no wider than a thread of spider's silk appeared in its center. From this tiny breach, something ancient and hungry escaped, not a creature of flesh and blood, but an entity of pure magical essence that had been imprisoned for centuries. It drifted unseen through the sleeping castle, tasting the air, sensing the magic that permeated every corner of Hogwarts. And it hungered. Elara Blackwood jolted awake in her 4-poster bed, a silent scream trapped in her throat. The nightmare had come again, darkness closing in, voices silenced one by one, and then the whispers. Always the whispers, speaking in a language she shouldn't understand, but somehow did. She pressed her palms against her temples, trying to quiet the lingering echo of those otherworldly words. "Get it together, Blackwood," she muttered to herself, pushing back the midnight blue curtains of her Ravenclaw bed. At 17, Elara stood apart from her peers in more ways than one. Her ancestry stretching back to a line of renegade wizards who had once practiced magic deemed too dangerous by the Ministry made many of her classmates wary. The streak of silver running through her otherwise raven-black hair, present since birth, only added to the impression of otherness that hung about her like a cloak. The dormitory was silent save for the gentle breathing of her roommates. Elara slipped her feet into worn slippers and reached for the leather-bound journal on her nightstand. Sleep would not return easily, so she might as well record the dream while it remained fresh in her mind. As she touched quill to parchment, a chill swept through the room, not the ordinary cold of a Scottish castle in December, but something that seemed to penetrate beyond flesh and bone, reaching for the magical core within her. The candle at her bedside flickered and dimmed, as if something unseen were feeding on its light. Then came the whisper, so close it might have been spoken directly into her ear, heir of the silenced ones. "At last, we find you." Elara froze, her quill suspended above the page. Unlike in her dreams, where the whispers were indistinct and chaotic, this voice rang with crystal clarity. More disturbing still was the realization that it spoke no human language, yet she comprehended every word. "Who's there?" she demanded in a harsh whisper, not wanting to wake her roommates. No answer came, but as she raised her eyes, Elara noticed something impossible, a shadow moving independently across the wall, flowing against the candlelight rather than with it. It paused, seeming to regard her with curiosity, though it had no eyes, no face. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the shadow slipped beneath the dormitory door and was gone. Without stopping to consider the wisdom of her actions, Elara grabbed her wand and followed. By morning, news of this strange affliction swept through Hogwarts like wildfire. Professor Flitwick, attempting to demonstrate a simple levitation charm to his first years, found himself unable to cast. His wand movements remained perfect, his incantation flawless, yet no magic responded to his call. He was not alone. Throughout the castle, professors and students alike discovered their magical abilities mysteriously dampened or entirely absent. Panic rippled through the hallways as spells failed. Enchanted objects ceased functioning, and even the magical staircases ground to a halt, leaving students stranded between floors. Only the headmistress's magnified voice, echoing through the corridors, prevented complete chaos. All students are to report to their common rooms immediately. Prefects will take attendance. Remain calm and await further instructions. In the Ravenclaw common room, Elara sat apart from her housemates, watching their frightened faces with growing dread. Unlike them, her magic remained intact. She had verified this with a silent Lumos before joining the others. More troubling still were the whispers that continued to plague her, growing stronger with each passing hour. They are weakening. Their magic feeds us. Soon, only you will remain heir. Only you will remember what it was to wield power. Elara pressed her hands over her ears, though she knew it would do no good against voices that spoke directly into her mind. What was happening? Why was she immune when others lost their magic? And why did these entities call her their heir? Her brooding was interrupted by Professor McGonagall's arrival in the common room. The headmistress's face was grave, her usually immaculate appearance showing signs of strain. "We face an unprecedented situation," McGonagall announced without preamble. "Something is draining magic from within Hogwarts itself. The protective enchantments around the castle remain intact, but inside these walls, magical ability is rapidly diminishing. We have contacted the Ministry for assistance, but until help arrives, all magic is to be conserved for essential purposes only." As McGonagall continued outlining emergency procedures, Elara felt a strange tug in her consciousness, a pull toward the dungeons, toward something ancient and awakening. The whispers grew more insistent. "Come to us. Free us fully. It is your birthright, heir of silence." Fighting to maintain her composure, Elara raised her hand. "Professor, has anything like this happened before? In the history of Hogwarts?" McGonagall's sharp eyes fixed on Elara with sudden intensity. "Not to my knowledge, Miss Blackwood. Though Hogwarts holds many secrets, some perhaps best left undisturbed." Something in the headmistress's tone suggested she knew more than she was saying. As the meeting dispersed, McGonagall beckoned Elara to remain behind. When they were alone, the headmistress spoke in hushed tones. "Your family name is an old one, Miss Blackwood, associated with certain historical events that few now remember." Elara stiffened. "My ancestors were not dark wizards, despite what the history books claim." "No," McGonagall agreed, surprising her. "Not dark, precisely. But they practiced magics older than the founders themselves, arts connected to the very essence of magical energy. Some called them silencers for their ability to dampen the magic of others." A chill ran down Elara's spine. "You think I'm causing this?" "I think," McGonagall said carefully, "that whatever is causing this recognizes something in your bloodline. Whether that makes you part of the problem or essential to its solution remains to be seen." In the Slytherin common room, Scorpio Lestrange maintained his careful mask of aristocratic boredom, while panic swirled around him. The tall, angular seventh year had perfected the art of affected disinterest, a necessary skill when one carried a surname still whispered with fear and loathing nearly 3 decades after the Battle of Hogwarts. Unlike his infamous relatives, Scorpio harbored no dreams of power or pureblood supremacy. His ambitions ran toward redemption, a quieter, more profound magic than any taught in Hogwarts classrooms. For years, he had conducted his research in secret, exploring branches of ancient magic that might cleanse the taint from his family name. Now, as his housemates discovered their magic failing, Scorpio alone retained full access to his abilities. This fact he kept carefully hidden, feigning the same difficulties as everyone else while his mind raced with implications. The book from the restricted section, the one he'd been studying in secret for months, had mentioned something like this: a magical parasite, an entity that fed on wizards' power, leaving them temporarily or permanently without magic. The text called it the Silencer, describing it as a creation of the earliest wizards, designed to punish those who abused magical power. If such an entity had somehow awakened within Hogwarts, the consequences would be catastrophic. Yet the book had also mentioned a countermeasure, a ritual requiring one from the bloodline of the original creators and one who sought redemption from dark magic. A Blackwood and a descendant of dark wizards, working in tandem. Scorpio's eyes narrowed as he considered Elara Blackwood brilliant, isolated, and carrying a family history nearly as complicated as his own. They had rarely spoken, moving in different circles despite sharing most advanced classes. Now it seemed their paths would necessarily converge. The question was how to approach her without raising suspicion, especially when ancient family rivalries still colored so many interactions at Hogwarts. Elara slipped away from her common room during dinner, when the chaos of food distribution without house elves' magic provided adequate distraction. The compulsion to descend into the dungeons had become nearly irresistible, the whispers a constant chorus in her mind. As she navigated the darkened corridors, illuminated only by her wand's light, Elara sensed movement in the shadows around her, not physical creatures, but entities of pure magic, watching her progress with hungry anticipation. Closer, air. Release us fully. Let us reclaim what was stolen. The deeper she descended, the colder the air became, until her breath clouded before her in pale puffs. Ancient stairs led her below the known dungeons, past forgotten storage rooms and abandoned classrooms, to corridors so old that the very stone seemed to have forgotten its purpose. Finally, she reached a dead-end wall inscribed with symbols that writhed and twisted beneath her gaze, centering around a hairline crack that pulsed with eerie blue light. "It's a prison," came a voice from behind her. Elara whirled, wand raised, to find Scorpio Lestrange emerging from the shadows. His pale features seemed almost ghostly in the wandlight, his silver blonde hair forming a halo around his angular face. "What are you doing here, Lestrange?" she demanded, not lowering her wand. "The same as you, I suspect," he replied, his voice calm despite her obvious hostility. "Seeking answers. The entity feeding on Hogwarts magic, it's escaping through that crack. A prison seal weakened over centuries." Elara narrowed her eyes. "How do you know this?" "Research," Scorpio said simply. "My family history has motivated me to understand certain aspects of magical theory not covered in the standard curriculum, particularly regarding magic that suppresses other magic." The whispers in Elara's mind grew frenzied at Scorpio's presence, a cacophony of hisses and pleas. "The Dark One, descendant of those who helped imprison us. Do not trust. Do not listen. They're speaking to you, aren't they?" Scorpio asked, observing her pained expression. "The entities beyond that seal. They recognize your bloodline." Elara lowered her wand slightly. "You know about my family. The Blackwoods were renowned magical theorists before they fell into disrepute," Scorpio explained. They understood that magic itself was a kind of sentient force that could be shaped, directed, or contained. He gestured toward the sealed wall. Your ancestors, alongside mine and the founders themselves, created this prison for entities that threatened the controlled use of magic parasites that fed on magical energy, leaving wizards powerless. If that's true, why would these entities call me their heir? Why would they say it's my birthright to free them? Ilara demanded. Scorpio's expression darkened. Because history is written by the victors. The official records claim your family turned to dark magic and were rightfully ostracized. But what if the truth is more complex? What if your ancestors objected to the imprisonment of these entities, argued that containing sentient magical beings was itself an abuse of power? Ilara's mind raced, piecing together family stories long dismissed as fantasy tales of ancestors who believed magic should flow freely, unbound by human constructs of control and regulation. The silver streak in her hair, said to mark the Blackwood line as touched by raw magic. The seal is breaking regardless, Scorpio continued. The question is whether we attempt to repair it, likely temporarily, or control the release in a way that doesn't leave Hogwarts magically crippled. Why would you help me? Ilara asked, suspicious. Our families have been on opposite sides for centuries. A ghost of a smile crossed Scorpio's face. Perhaps that's precisely why. Some cycles need to be broken. He extended his hand, palm up. I know a ritual that might channel these entities safely, but it requires both of us, one from the line that sought to free them, one from the line that helped imprison them. Balance. The whispers reached a fevered pitch as Ilara considered his offered hand. Outside this forgotten corridor, hundreds of witches and wizards were losing their connection to magic, their very identity, as magical beings threatened. Yet the entities imprisoned here had been sentient, aware, suffering for centuries. Two paths stretched before her: restore the old order, or forge something entirely new. With a deep breath, Ilara placed her hand in Scorpio's. Balance, she agreed. But on terms that respect both worlds. As their fingers intertwined, the crack in the ancient seal widened slightly, allowing a sliver of pure magical essence to emerge, a tendril of power that wrapped around their joined hands, neither threatening nor submissive, but inquisitive. The beginnings of a conversation that had been silenced for 1,000 years. Above them, in the great hall of Hogwarts, candles that had refused to light suddenly blazed to life, but with flames of blue and silver rather than ordinary gold, the first sign that magic was returning to the castle, but perhaps in a form that neither the founders nor the ministry had ever envisioned. A new age was dawning in the wizarding world, heralded by the unlikely alliance of two students and the breaking of a silence that had lasted for centuries. Story 6. Ancient magic stirred in the deepest corners of Hogwarts Castle, awakening after centuries of dormant slumber. Within the restricted section of the library, where dust particles danced in slanting beams of amber light, a book pulsed with ethereal energy. Its leather binding, crafted from the skin of a creature long extinct, seemed to breathe as if alive. Gold lettering shimmered across its spine, rearranging itself from ancient runes into modern English. Primus Grimoire of Merlin, keeper of Avalon's gates. Orion Black stood transfixed before the gently hovering tome, his wand held loosely at his side, forgotten. The 16-year-old wizard had only been searching for references for his history of magic assignment on the Black family lineage, a cruel joke of Professor Binns, considering everyone knew Orion was the last Black, raised by Muggles after the Second Wizarding War had claimed his parents. He never expected to find a book that would literally call to him, whispering his name in a voice that seemed to bypass his ears entirely. "This is impossible," he whispered, reaching out with trembling fingers. "The grimoires of Merlin are myths, As his fingertips brushed the ancient cover, golden light erupted from the book, engulfing Orion in a cocoon of arcane energy. Knowledge flooded his mind, images of ancient portals hidden in stone circles, of a realm beyond the veil, where magic flowed like rivers of liquid light, of creatures both terrible and beautiful that had once walked freely between worlds. And most disturbing of all, the knowledge that these boundaries were weakening, the seals crafted by Merlin himself beginning to fail. When the light faded, Orion found himself sprawled on the library floor, the grimoire clutched to his chest. Upon its cover, where before there had been only leather, now gleamed an intricate silver emblem, the constellation of Orion, superimposed over the ancient crest of the House of Black. "The book has chosen you," came a voice from the shadows. After all these centuries, Headmistress Minerva McGonagall emerged from between the towering bookshelves, her eyes wide with wonder and fear. Behind her followed a tall, thin wizard with piercing blue eyes that seemed to hold the weight of many lifetimes. "Mr." "Unspeakable," McGonagall said stiffly to the man. "As I told you when you arrived, Hogwarts does not recognize ministry authority over its artifacts. This is beyond your jurisdiction." "Headmistress," the Unspeakable replied smoothly. "The Department of Mysteries has monitored the grimoire's magical signature for centuries. If one has awakened, the Conclave of Arcana must secure it immediately." Orion clutched the book tighter. "I don't understand." "What's happening?" McGonagall's expression softened as she looked at him. "Mr. Black, that book contains knowledge thought lost since the days of Merlin himself. Knowledge about the true nature of magic and the realms beyond our own. Knowledge too dangerous for a child," the Unspeakable added, extending his hand. "The book, please," before Orion could respond. A deafening crack split the air. At the far end of the restricted section, reality itself seemed to tear open a jagged wound in the fabric of the world. Through this impossible breach spilled a creature of shadow and moonlight, its form constantly shifting between that of a magnificent stag and something far more ancient and terrible. "The seals are breaking," McGonagall whispered, her face pale. The Unspeakable drew his wand, but the creature moved with impossible speed. In a heartbeat, it stood before Orion, lowering its head until its eyes, pools of starlight, gazed directly into his. "Heir of the ancient house," it spoke directly into Orion's mind, the barriers thin. "The forgotten paths reopen. Find the seven before the sundering of worlds." Then chaos erupted as more creatures poured through the breach, smaller beings of elemental magic that scattered throughout the library, igniting books, freezing shelves, and causing havoc. In the confusion, Orion felt a hand grasp his arm and pull him behind a towering bookcase. "This way," hissed a girl about his age with wild brown hair and Ravenclaw robes. "I'm Lyra, and we need to move now," but Orion began. "That Unspeakable isn't here to help," she interrupted. "The Ministry has been hunting the grimoires for centuries. If they get their hands on it, he'll disappear too," as if to confirm her words. Shouts echoed through the library as more people in the gray robes of Unspeakables flooded the area. Orion clutched the grimoire tighter and followed Lyra through a maze of bookshelves until they reached a blank stone wall. "Think about a place to hide the book," she instructed urgently. "A place no one else knows about." Recognition dawned. The room of requirement, as the wall transformed into an ornate doorway, Orion realized he was crossing a threshold that would forever divide his life into before and after. Inside, the room had become a vast chamber filled with ancient artifacts and forgotten treasures, but at its center stood something that drew their attention immediately, a full-length mirror of black obsidian, its frame carved with runes that shifted and changed even as they watched. "The mirror of Morgana," Lyra breathed. It's supposed to be a myth. The surface of the mirror rippled like dark water, and within its depths, a woman's face appeared hauntingly beautiful, with eyes that contained galaxies of knowledge and power. At last, she spoke, her voice like the chiming of silver bells. A worthy heir approaches with the first grimoire. I have waited 1,000 years for this moment. Young scion of the House of Black, Orion stepped forward, drawn by an inexplicable connection. You're Morgana Le Fay, a smile curved her lips. The very same, though history has not been kind in its telling of my tale. Like you, I was once keeper of Merlin's knowledge until the Conclave of Arcana decided such power should belong only to them. The Conclave? Orion asked, remembering the Unspeakable's words. An order that has manipulated the wizarding world from the shadows for millennia, Morgana explained. They have dismantled the true understanding of magic, dividing it into light and dark to control its flow. But magic simply is a primordial force that birthed all realms. Lyra stepped forward. The creatures coming through the breach, the barriers between worlds weaken, Morgana confirmed. When Merlin and I realized the danger of unrestrained passage between realms, we created 7 seals, documented in 7 grimoires. But we disagreed on their purpose. Merlin wished to separate the worlds permanently. I argued for balance and controlled access, so the Conclave imprisoned you and took the grimoires, Orion concluded. Yes. They scattered 6 and hid the first here, in Hogwarts, where the magic of the founders would conceal its presence until the proper heir of both magical lineage and spirit appeared. Orion opened the grimoire. Its pages now filled with writing he could somehow understand despite its ancient script. Maps detailed the location of ancient portals throughout Britain and beyond stone circles, sacred wells, and mountains, where the veil between worlds grew thin. The other grimoires must be found, Morgana continued. Already creatures of Avalon sense the weakening barriers and cross over some benevolent, others harboring ancient grudges against humankind, as if summoned by her words. A rumble shook the castle. Through the room's enchanted ceiling, they could see dark shapes circling against the night sky. Shadow griffins, Morgana identified them, harbingers of the wild hunt. The breach widens, Lyra turned to Orion. The Unspeakables won't stop hunting you now. Orion's hand traced the constellation on the book's cover, his namesake. For 16 years, he had longed to understand his place in the wizarding world, to know why he alone survived when the noble house of Black had fallen. Now, destiny offered answers, but at what cost? Where do we find the next grimoire? He asked, decision made. The Isles of the Blessed, what you now call the Hebrides, Morgana answered. But you cannot go alone. You will need allies, Lyra nodded firmly. I'm with you. My family has opposed the Conclave for generations, though we called them by different names. Morgana's image rippled in the mirror. I can guide you, but only partially. My imprisonment limits my power. To free me, to restore balance, all 7 grimoires must be reunited. A pounding at the door reminded them danger was imminent. The Unspeakables had tracked them. We need to leave Hogwarts, Orion said, mind racing through possibilities. There's a passage, Lyra suggested, behind the mirror on the 4th floor. It leads to Hogsmeade, as the room reshifted to provide them with supplies, cloaks, potions, and a moleskin pouch for the grimoire. Orion felt both terror and exhilaration. In mere hours, his world had transformed from that of an ordinary student to the heir of an ancient legacy. When you find the second grimoire, Morgana instructed, you'll understand more about the true relationship between Merlin and myself. History remembers me as villain, him as hero, but the truth, as always, lies in the gray between. The door to the room began to glow red, as powerful spells battered against it. "They're breaking through," Lyra warned. Orion faced Morgana's mirror once more. "I'll find them all," he promised. "And I'll learn the truth. Truth is merely the beginning," Morgana replied enigmatically. "What you do with it shall determine the fate of all magical realms." As they slipped through a passageway that appeared in the room's far wall, Orion clutched the first grimoire of Merlin close to his heart. Behind them, the shouts of the Conclave's agents echoed through Hogwarts' ancient halls. Above them, creatures of shadow and light circled in skies that had not seen their like for a millennium. And before them stretched a journey into legend, to forgotten islands and hidden chambers, to the true Camelot and the mist-shrouded shores of Avalon itself. For the first time in his life, Orion Black knew exactly who he was meant to be, not just the last of a dying lineage, but the bridge between worlds that magic itself had chosen. The hunt for the grimoires of Merlin had begun.